es el despliegue de habilidades.
Hello! We're here.
I had to clean my water bottle. Because you know, like, if you don't clean your water bottle, you get like a scratchy throat. Clean your fucking water bottle. Thank you, shark. Clean your fucking water bottle. I suggest it like 2 times a week. If that. I only use my water bottle for like water, so don't really. Oh no, the game. Where is the game? The game's not showing up on the stream. Why? Stop flashing your tits. I don't wanna. I use my water bottle for carbonic acid. Ah. I see. Don't look at that! Don't look at that! Assist mode off. Don't look at that, chat. Don't look at that. That's nothing. Okay, I forgot how to play. Let's... Okay, this is... Grab... Yeah, we're flashing tits now. Welcome to the stream. Ah, fuck! Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Okay, where are we going? That's not... I need to not dash there. We're back in this! Chaos! Welcome! Welcome back! If I could get a disclaimer in the pinned message, that would be amazing. Also, let me greet everyone. Hello Keztech, hello Shark, hello Arctic, hello Joker. Arctic Pumpkin told me that Zilla is beekeeping age. She didn't know what that means. No, that is incorrect. She is incorrect. Fuck. Does she know what it means now? Does she know that it's a middle-aged man? That's what it means? Shit. Thank you, Joker. I appreciate you. Fuck, that's not what I wanted to do. What in the world did I just do? My phone is kind of in the way. How does that work? How does that work? Maybe I need to get lower. I need to get lower, probably. Ah, right into the blob. I I am determined to beat this game. I am. Just like Rin was determined to beat getting over it, and she succeeded. Shit! You know, you gotta accomplish that. You're doing, stop it! I haven't gotten anywhere yet. Why does it keep going at an angle? I'm pressing. Oh my god. I'm holding the joystick. Bottom. I don't understand this. What if I used the... No, I cannot use keyboard and mouse. I cannot use keyboard. Oh, shit. Okay, that was kind of clean. Not gonna lie, that was kind of clean. Oh, shit. God. No! Oops. Ah! So happy it's Friday. I had a long week. It was so long. It didn't help that, like, last week I had a snow day. So this week felt extra long. Thank God it's the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend. Oh, I already read this. Is this where the secret was? Yeah, that's the secret. For wandering off. It was tough, but I sorted everything out for you. The Celestial Resort extends its gratitude for your assistance, Miss Madeline. Of course, the staff had the mess under control. Yeah, okay. Oh, sure, yeah. How humiliating. You must be eager to see your room. It's just up the elevator and down the hall. Sure, what the heck. Show me the presidential suite. Sounds lovely. Now's your last chance, Oshiro. Don't lose her now. Am I going the wrong way? Out of curiosity, is this the wrong way? Marshy, hi Sunny. How are washing? You guys are making me giggle a lot. So fun. I'm glad you had fun. It's Watch Mashi Shuffer. I can't talk. Watch Mashi Shuffer time. Oh my gosh. I wish I could be quick with it. Someday I'll stream with Mashi. Yeah, we just gotta find a thing to play together. Oh shit, why did I do that? No, I was losing stamina. That's false, Shark. That's false. Well, I don't think we were both streaming, but you were on one of my streams one time. Why is this so difficult? Ah! Oh, that's nothing. My phone was in the way. Sunny, I missed you. It's been a while since I last heard your beautiful voice. It's been so long. Hello! Man, it's amazing here. So we're in with El Creepo. I helped him clean up the huge mess, but he was kind of a jerk about it. And he still thinks he can convince me to stay. Madeline, seriously. My bad idea radar is off the charts on this one. You should get out of here. If I disappear now, Mr. Oshiro could have a meltdown. And maybe I can actually do something good for once. Forget your karma, dude. That guy, I think that guy's gonna melt down no matter what. Hi, JJ! Hi, Mashi, I love you! Hi, Shark, I love you too! Aww! Hi, JJ! Theo, I'll be okay, yeah, I didn't expect you to listen. See you on the outside, jailbird. No, I need to not waste that. I missed both tokens. love this game is that trans people can double jump. Yippee! Yippee, trans people! Yippee! Ah! Oh! 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 Oh, shit. Oh, where am I? Hi, Dran. How are you? It's been so long since I've seen you all. Ah, ah, ah. That was so clean. Oh, fuck me! Not literally, figuratively. I was actually about to be clean with it. Geometry dash. Oh shit. I just want to go fast. I just want to go fast. Oh shit. Jan, congrats on the 3-stream streak. Thank you for putting up with me. My phone's in the way! Hold on. Thank you for the head pat. figure out. I can't even get the strawberry. Hoping I could like just dash directly to this. Oh shit. I can't get it. And then straight into the goop of doom. I'm fucked. Where do I even go? Where do I even go from here? No bother. No bother. Okay, what if I didn't start with getting the strawberry? What if I got the... What if I got that, gem thing first? No, I don't think that's gonna work either. That's not gonna work because... There's nowhere to land. Thank you for the head tap. Where can I go after the strawberry? That's not covered in goop. It's the gloom from Tears of the Kingdom. No. Uh-oh. I thought my game crashed. grab the strawberry and then try to go back. Nab the strawberry. And then... No, fuck. I dashed there. I wasn't supposed to dash. Hi, Shade. No, I'm trying to grab the strawberry and then go. No! Not quite. Not quite there. Shit. I need help. So if I go that way and then back this way, I thought maybe I could do it that way because all the goop is down there, so I can't like do a circle. But I need to figure out how to quickly grab it. Without angling upwards. Stop angling upwards, please. I overextended that. But that's what I was trying to do. Damn it. Damn it. I got this. Just bear with me. I'm really wondering if I'm gonna beat this game or end up rage quitting. No! Oops. I fucked myself, yeah. Damn it! I believe in you. Thank you, Sunny. powerful. It just goes too far. Yeah, it just goes way too far. There's no way I can like hyper dash to it. I don't even know how to hyper dash. I think I did it like twice on accident last stream. You heard it here first, folks. Smashy is too powerful. What if you go through? Now what? Now where do I go? Yeah, try not to create so much goo. It's kind of hard. I mean, I guess I could I could dash. I could dash to... You just didn't do that. Oh my god. Ah. I don't know what to do. Seems like you're just creating goo in places you need to stand. Ha ha ha! I get the concept. I do. I just need to be more careful about where I goop. Ah, and then I fall right into the fucking goop. Ah, yeah, okay. No. Plus too much goop on the bottom anyway. Almost. Okay, this is not a speed run. This is not a speed run. I can take my time. No. I need to make a bigger. Locking in. Where? How the heck? I wish I could find a proper place for my phone. Like, give me a second while I readjust. I wish I had like a stand. Oh, this might be very bad. Why isn't it letting me click anything? For the lurk. Or yeah. No. Too much goop. Too much. Too much. Ah! You know, I'm just gonna be like so happy once I'm out of this fucking goop area. I just want to be out of the goop area, please. What the? Created a little too much goop right there. I'm sorry for making you guys suffer with me, but I'm not sorry because you wanted this. You wanted to watch me suffer. Midwestern confessional, huh? Yeah, but I'm not giving you guys like peak content, so I must apologize, you know? One thing about me, I'm gonna keep rushing. Yeah. Not playing peak SMH my head. What? No. Why would I be playing peak? Oh, peak content. Very good. Very funny. Ah! Ah! You said you weren't playing peak. No, because I'm not giving you peak content. I'll die a million times for this strawberry. A billion times for this strawberry. Just watch me. Just watch. Aw, there's too much goof there. Yeah, actually I am playing like hardcore peak right now. I've played too much peak in my life. Oh? SMH my head. Over 100 hours? That's a lot of peak. Quite a lot of peak. Damn. Yeah, let me know, Shade. I want to know how many hours you have. 88, damn. Keztech beat you. Also, I have over 10k hours in Ark. Yeah, but Ark is like an endless game, isn't it? Yeah, that makes sense, Joker. How many hours do I have, I wonder? Yeah, I know, in Peak. I don't want to tab out of the game to check. $83? Not too far behind you. We did play a lot together. I don't want to know how many hours you have in League. I don't want to know how many hours I have in League. You do now. How do you even find that out? Myself over. You asked a friend who works at Riot Games, whatever. What the fuck ever. Today was tough. Why was it tough, JJ? I'm glad it's bedtime. Is it bedtime for you? Just long day. Yeah, it felt very long today. God. My phone, my iPhone for my face tracking is standing on my arm, like my monitor stand, like above my monitor. It's freaking me out. I feel like it's gonna fall. But I have nowhere else to put it that doesn't hide the bottom of my monitor. You can do this, Mashi. You know what? I'm content with just like being in an endless like psychosis with you guys. You wanna be in an endless psychosis together? Oh my god. Come on, I barely touched that. I ate so much ramen today. And I even like brought some home. I actually have ramen leftovers. What do you mean? How do I... I don't know where to go from there. Once I have the gem, I just freaking die to the goop. Lord. I did almost have it there. I needed to dash sooner. Have any of you bought Requiem yet? Resident Evil Requiem? What? Oh my god, I was so close! I'm gonna cry. Hell no, it's $100. I know, it's so expensive. Makes me happy, like, that I'm so into indie titles. Like, thank God for indie titles. Clobopus. That's crazy. That's what they call me in college. Clobopus. Ah, why did I dash? I didn't need to dash. I didn't need to dash. I didn't need to dash. Had but a pixel of a spot that wasn't gooped. But a pixel. Aw, damn. I got caught under the top of that. That's already fucked up. I already fucked up, bruh. God, there I go again, fucking up. Oh my god! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! I'm so happy. I'm so happy, finally. I can breathe. This is what I imagine playing Hollow Knight would be like. I need to not dash. Fuck. I see the vision. Now to execute the vision. execute the vision like Thanos did. But, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the delay, but, Ah! Oh my god. Gonna be like in my fucking dreams. This is the death noise. Please! Oh my god. Please. No! Don't dash. I can dash here. I cannot dash here. That was a choice. You know what? Oh my god. Which part was a choice, okay? Which part? It was an accident! Oh my god. That bad. Oh. Why? Oh my god. I don't know how I did it the first time. I'm so lost. No, don't dash. I'm getting angry. I want to dash, but I can't dash. How do I? I keep doing that. Lower, 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 lower. Okay, we got this, we got this. Oh my gosh. I'm so fucking bad. I'm so terrible at this game. You were almost there! Oh my god. No! I'm like causing myself to run out of stamina quicker. Are so sweaty. Fuck you, Oshiro! This place sucks! Hello, Blue Fog. Oh my god! Please, for the love of fuck, with the goop. There you are, Miss Madeline! Follow me quickly, we're almost there! Oh my god. Oh, hello! Oh, hi, Nemo! This is your favorite game? No! I'm ass at this game. I'm just getting lucky some of the time. Ah! No, I meant to... Need to get that strawberry. No, the stupid goop! I'm over this level. I'm gonna be clear. I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm so over this level. No one likes this level. I keep doing the same thing over and over again, like a dingus. Cycles are a big no-no. Cycles? Oh my god. How do I... Like, I jump, but I jump too far to the left. Yeah, obstacles that move back and forth fucking suck. The goop in general is just terrible. I hate it. Oh my. I literally almost had it. Snowshiny. Hello, welcome. Celeste. Yes, Celeste. The dust bunnies just want hugs. This is the fucking gloom of death. I don't like this strawberry. I hate this strawberry. How? 'Cause like you I feel malice. I feel an immense amount of malice. Neutral jumps make this easier. Neutral jumps. But how do I neutral jump to the strawberry? Oops. Neutral jumps are hard to learn if you just started. What would be a neutral jump? Is that just like regular jump? Do not worry about it. Okay, I won't worry about it. It's when you jump neutrally. Thank you. Oh, shit. I don't want to give up on the strawberry, but I want to give up on the strawberry. I may advanced strat that only makes the game easier if you know how to do the hard strat. I may incidentally say a Celeste tech or 7. Okay. Ultra ball wounce snow shimmy. Huh? I don't want to give up on the strawberry. I want it. I want it. Oh, whoa. That thing just sped up on me. Oh, right into it. Wait, did it not change my emoticon? It didn't look like it. Wait. Only on your side. Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to give up on the strawberry. Oops. Oshiro's diary. The final entry appears to be decades old. As of today, the hotel is officially closed. Charlotte organized the staff for a farewell hike up the mountain. Most of us have never seen the summit. It seemed like a fitting goodbye. But when the time came, I couldn't bear to leave without looking around one last time. I told them to go on without me. I will catch up with them soon, after I double check everything is in order. I can't believe my time here is over. What am I going to do now? Perhaps I'll stay one last night, so that the hotel and I can have a proper goodbye. OMG, farewell. Is that a Celeste reference? I never paid attention to the wording of that letter. No? Okay, sip of water. Oh. Stoic, hi! Hi everyone, hi! Bad Kitty, hi Snacks, hi Tiberian! Hello everyone! Hi Akari, hi Jade! How are you guys? How was your stream, Stoic? What is Archeron? Tell me about it. Hi, Callisto!
Oh, and it does it again.
Hello, Stoic, how are you? We're playing Celeste for the first time ever. Ever. Also, baby's first platformer. As you can see by my by my mistakes. Welcome, welcome. Did you have a good stream? If you need to raid and run, please do so. I'm Mashy, for you guys who don't know me. I play cozy games, dash, jump. Dash, jump. Jump, dash. Jump, dash. I dash, I jump, I die over and over again. I may have died 1,000 times already in this game. That has to be a record, right? That has to be a record. I like how I could go flat. Oh, you know, I almost got it. You know, I'm trying my darndest. Oh my god, you have it! I need this as an emote. That's so cute. Yeah, look at us go! Shit. Chat was not showing up for me. I was very confused. Oh? What are you doing? Oh my. We had nothing to say. Nope. Nothing to say at all. Ah! I was trying to grab the wall. Oh, is a neutral jump like a wall jump? Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah! Stop watching me. Stop watching me. Wall jump you do while not holding a direction. Whoa, that sounds complicated. I should continue to watch your suffering, but you will get better and you will succeed. I believe in you. You're so kind! A wall jump without holding a direction. 20,000? Like that? Oh, I get it. No, I don't get it. I almost got it. Try not to worry. I know. I was just experimenting. I wish I could go back to the other side of the room. It's useful occasionally. Okay, I'm just gonna forget about the strawberry for now. Fuck. I'm gonna be so happy once I'm done with this fuck-ass hotel! Ah! And then there will be another part I'm gonna struggle at. I want that key, I need the key, I need the key, Oh, damn. After hotel, you have wind! Yay! Oh my. I hate moving obstacles. Okay. No! Stop! How? Surgeon Mashi Azazel. It just gets like progressively harder. Oh god. Oh, there's 2 of them? What the heck? What's that little pocket for? Oh, I guess it shows me. I didn't even grab it. Get easy again, do they? I need an opening. Oh shit. Eyes on the prize, eyes on the prize, eyes on the prize. Damn, almost. Shit. Watch out for the dust. Yeah. You know, this dust? What dust? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see dust. Damn. Okay. I need to have patience on that one. Sorry, my bad, sorry, my bad. Sorry that was my bad. I wish I could Goomba stomp them. That'd be pretty cool. Eventually able to learn the pro techniques. I want to be a pro gamer. Oh my god. Game is very good at teaching you. Yeah. That is if you can remember things. Hello! It's Bunny! Bunny's here. Fuck! The one bunny. I didn't mean to do. Can anyone remember things? I'm sure some people can. Am I one of them? No. Gotta find them. Wait. I unlocked this door, but what about... We could find the person who can remember and just tell them everything. Tell them all the things. What's in here? Oops. A cassette! Damn. It's a cassette! Damn. the songs! I'm so excited! Fuck! Okay. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I got it! Oh, I already read this. Ah! Oopsie. You can flip the cassette over now, but they messed up the song order to equalize the side lengths and how now it doesn't flow right. Oh? I was so clean with it the first time, and now I'm soiling it. I'm soiling it. Ah! Ah! Dash faster. I'm dashing as fast as I can. I hate myself. Put it into overdrive. I'm going overdrive. I'm going into frickin' frick. You ever just like question why you do things? That was a close one. That was interesting.
You'll never catch me, Crab. Not when I shift into maximum overdrive. I knew I should have gotten the turbo.
I knew I should have gotten the turbo. What was that? What was that? Are you kidding me? Fuck right off. Just yell. insult in an accent. Get mad while British. Did I tell you I destroyed my Xbox 360 controller while playing this game? You didn't tell me how you managed to do that, but yes, you told me that. I mean, my sister used to smash the game controller on her head when she was mad at video games. Right into the ball of doom. Why do I keep doing that? Why? Tried dashing slower. Yeah. Now, why would I do that? If I ask them politely, do you think they'll move and stay in the same spot if I ask politely? Excuse me. Can I get through? Please? Please. The fucking meme. Please. Here we are, award-winning presidential suite. Truly, it is the very definition of rustic luxury. I'll stand back and allow you to soak in the majesty. I understand it can be a lot to handle. Oh no, another mirror. Oh So, what do you think? It's beautiful. The furniture looks expensive. It's very spacious. The colors are elegant. I can tell you put a lot of work into it. I knew it would impress you. Yeah. So can I get on the roof from here? You imbecile! You're losing her! Oh, or I forgot to mention. Sorry, I got a hiccup. Valued guests such as yourself stay in our finest accommodations at half price. I don't want to stay. Please, Miss Madeline, please stay. Mr. Oshiro, I've already been sidetracked too long. Oh, it's this bitch again! Madeline, sweetie, forget this loser. Loser? You're in denial, old man. This resort is a dump. No one would ever want to stay here. Someone had to say it. She doesn't mean that. I'm very busy. Please leave, Miss Madeline. Come on, Miss Madeline, you heard the man. Where would you be without me? How would she say my beautiful hotel is a dump? I don't want to leave him. I feel bad. How dare she insult you like that? Oh, she's right. Of course she's right. I couldn't even clean up without her help. I tried. I'm doing my best. Oh, I'm so sad. Thought we'd never get rid of him. You owe me one. Add it to the list. Leave me alone. I thought you were so determined to keep climbing. Now all of a sudden you're some weirdo's therapist? Why won't you go away? Miss Madeline, before you go, I need to ask one question. Why would you be so nice to me, only to run away? What did I do wrong? Oh, give it a break. You still don't get it? She only helps people to feed her twisted ego. She never cared about you. Shut up! I wanted to help. You're both pathetic. Oh shit. Pathetic! You only came here to humiliate me. I won't grovel at your feet any longer. Ah! Oh shit. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I can stomp him? God. Ah, fuck. Trying to do that jump thing. Do I have to like Goomba stomp his head to get past the goop? Oh shit. trying to dash and I'm failing. Oh shit. Pretty sure you can dash it. Focus mode. Can't dash there. Damn it. God damn it. off the wall there. That's so... Stop with your fancy tricks! Oh, wow! Keep doing that. Okay. Okay. God, every time he gets me there. Or there. Oh! Oh my god, I bounced off his head and into the... Oh my god. Get past this part. No! Oh my god, okay. Posture check. Thanks, Nya. Oh, Redden, that was talent. Yay, you beat the room. Devastating. Oh my god, are you kidding? What's your favorite bird? This is important. I like blue jays. I like hummingbirds. remind me of Mordecai and... Oh, shit. Get Goomba stomped! That was so satisfying! They're corvids, so they're smart. Oh. Are you a bird lover? Oh my god, I did not even see the goop there. Kinda. Again with the goop. Sorry, I'm locked in right now. Put me all the way back there, are you kidding me? Again. Oh my god. Betrayed by the spring. By the spring again. Oh my god. What? Yeah, you're doing good. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm freaking out. My thumb hurts. Minu. I can't pronounce names. How are you doing? Ah, shit. Minu. No! Oh shit, I thought it was higher than that. Oh my god. I just keep going. Like the head is not even there, bruh. Pretend like it's not even there. Ah! It's not there, it can't hurt me. Out of the path of the big head. He's evil and trying to kill you. Ah, fuck! If so deadly, why so friend-shaped? Thought he was trying to hug you with his mouth. Oh my god. Mr. Oshiro, stop! I just wanted to help! I did it! Nice! Oh, I've decided to close the hotel for repairs. The second floor plumbing is leaking. The library is in complete disarray. Not to mention the hole in the ceiling of the presidential suite. Please, just leave me alone. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Oshiro. That's sad. Wow. dot dot. Stop looking at me. Bubble! Oh, there's my first death right there. Bubble! Wait. Ah. Ah, I get it, I get it, I get it. Oh god. Only 1,208. Stop it! Oh, bird. Oh, this place is really pretty. I really like this area. Oh great, you again. Well, well, I didn't expect to see you up here. I'm glad you're still in one piece. I see you made it through the hotel. Did you meet Mr. Oshiro? Oh, I met him alright. He chased me out of there after I cleaned up a bunch of junk for him. Oh, that sounds like a fun morning. Oshiro is a lost soul, dear. The place is much more than just a hotel to him. Don't make him your project. You know what I think? I think this mountain drove both of you crazy. You know, you're not the first person to say that. Maybe you're right. How would I know if I were crazy? The way I see it, the mountain can't bring out anything that isn't already in you. But you gotta be a few crows short of a murder to live up here in the first place, right? What are you even talking about? Oh, I'm just rambling like the old bat I am. Are you ready to give up? I know a shortcut back to your car. Back off, lady. I'm heading for the summit. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between stubbornness and determination, isn't it? You remind me of myself when I was young. Oh, good luck and mind the wind. Canada! Shade, I'm in Canada. It's Canada. Oh, Canada. Oh, that's bad. Wait, it's like this the whole time? Guys? Is it like this the whole time? Nah. It's like this a lot of the time. Oh, fuck. Oh god. Oh god. Thought I could jump over that. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. So dashing. Impressive. Hey. Shut up! Shut up! Oh my god. I want the strawberry. Ah, this is so peaceful. Oh. Okay, the pink ones are the only ones that disappear. Oh my gosh. I'm so bad. Tip, if you time the jump, Cloud can launch you pretty high. No need to dash. Oh my fucking god. You know I'm a dasher! Right into the... I'm a comet, personally. Fuck you. Oh, man. Why did I... Why did I dash? Ah, strawberry, please. Ah! It's okay, it's fine, it's fine. Never noticed Madeline emanates a light around her. Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she? I should just What's down here? Death. Death is down there. because she brightens my day. Yay! Use the wind to my advantage. Flipping away, appreciate you. Have good rest of stream. Okay, Stoic, thank you for the raid again. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your night. No! I'll kill you. Me talking to the wind. Okay, how do I get the strawberry without dashing? That's my question. You can do neutral jumps and not need to worry about holding you back to gain height. I don't know how to... I already fucked up. I want to hold onto the wall. Oh my god. I can't dash or else I'll lose stamina. Ah! Good night, everyone. Remember to cherish streamer. For every room she clears, she will be happy. Shut up! Joker, go to bed. You're banned from being awake. wall jump. But if I wall jump, this happens. Do I have to... Okay. Ah. Just holding walls. But if I dash once, I can't dash again. I see. Oh my god. I'm gonna beat my fucking record of 1,000 deaths. Farewell will be 12 billion deaths. 12 billion! Yeah, probably 12 billion. Oh my fucking god! My... Bullseye! Okay. So I'm supposed to neutral jump up this. I will dash and die. I will dash and die. I hate this game. Okay, don't do the dying part next time. But it's hard. The spikes, they betray me. I'm so hot. I'm sweaty. I'm a sweaty gamer right now. Oh, that's spikes. Okay, I did it. it's pain to watch me. I'm so sorry. What? I didn't even hold a direction. How did I do it the first time? I don't understand how I did it the first time. Jump. Why would it pick a random direction to throw me in? Stop that. Stop. Stop. How did I fucking... I don't get how I did this the first time. Let me in! Please move the block out of the way, please. But I swear I got that top left one right when I walked in the room, and suddenly I can't reach it. Am I not getting enough air? If I... I don't get it. I don't get it at all. She looks up. Madeline, please. Drift a bit. Trying to... How do I get over there? There's a secret over there. I know there is. I can see it. I'm such a pro gamer. Forgot how. Oh, I can't land. I have to keep moving. Where did this wind come from? How the hell do I get that one? One day the wind will stop and I will have my seed. Fuck. What do you mean? I didn't even land! What if I... Wait, why does the wind start blowing when I get this one? Oh, it's when I get any of them. What do you mean? I didn't land. Annoying. Annoying. Okay. I just want to know if I'm starting from the right side. This is better than, like, dying repeatedly. I'm not gonna lie. This is way better than dying repeatedly. Oops. I like puzzles. I do like puzzles. Oops. Okay, I definitely see the vision. No. God damn it. Suddenly I'm forgetting how to play the game. Judging me? Don't judge me! Bruh! Striker, please. Ah! Fuck. Fuck. Striker, I died like 1,000 times in the fucking hotel. 1,000 times! God damn it. You're supposed to be playing Celeste. didn't grab it. Fuck. Ah! No, 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 wait. I got it. I say for the freaking 20th time. No! No! Oh, did I land on it? I said, you're supposed to be playing Celeste. What are you doing? Jump to the... Okay. I'm trying to figure out. I had it. I almost had it. And now I'm just like struggling so hard. I'm already in chapter 6. What do you mean? I'm not in chapter 6. After yesterday's? Yeah, but I thought you were gonna play again today. Okay. No! Fuck you! Ah, fuck you. Yeah, it's some work, sadly. Ah, don't point and laugh! You fuck. I'll fucking get you. I'll fucking get you, and I'll shake you. God damn it. Okay. I'm not supposed to land! This is... I was helping with contracts and getting talents onboarded. Huh? Talents? It's easy. I'm sure it is for a pro gamer like Striker. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I don't have Twitter. I nuked my Twitter. I haven't had Twitter forever. Barry. Barry. Ooh, what are you? Oh, oh. 1, 2. 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Huh? Huh? 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, damn it. What is this now? Is that like a stand right there? Or am I crazy? I'm crazy. How about I don't dash? How about that? Until now! I have the instinct dash so fucking bad. I just want to dash. I just want to dash. I want to go fast. Oh god. I want to go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Sorry, I had my controller right on in my mic. Oh, that was pretty cool. Okay, let's try that again. No, you hang on to it, you dingleberry! I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh, I didn't have my right background up. Yeah, I'm pissing. There we go. Okay. Oops. Oh my god. You know what would make this 10 times worse? The wind. Kidding me? Damn it. Ask and you shall receive. Yeah, I just, as always, have trouble executing it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. God damn it. Misjudged the time on that. Oh, I can't dash. I cannot dash. I cannot. I cannot dash. I cannot. Oh, hi, Mark. Damn it. Ah! Okay. Why did I do that? Why does my brain work in mysterious ways? How are you pacing the blocks? Changing. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, I guess. 1, 2. Click, 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 click. No, not quite. To go higher. I need to go higher. Oh shit, I jumped there. No! I slipped. Give me the damn cassette or I'm gonna throw rocks at your window. What am I doing, bro? Progress. What is Unc doing? Shut up! You're Unc too! You're just as Unc as I am! Hesitation, old. Some people like hags, okay? Oh my god, the dash! Disable dash. Just disable it. Why it censored Hecky Automon. Yeah, my old lady brain can't figure the game out. I actually did forget you were older than me. I thought we were the same age, Striker. No! Yeah. Yeah. Dummy. Dummy, dummy. Hell yeah. Hag! Fuck you. Okay. I'm so sorry. So sorry for what you're about to witness. Let me see. I want the strawberry. How do I get that strawberry? Striker, are you gonna play Requiem? Oh. Oh, okay. Thank you for the hydrate and the head pat, Shark. Thinking. I want it, but I gotta get paid more for my job. Oh, yeah. It's so expensive. Craziness. No, I didn't mean to do that. Capcom creator, really? Well, good luck. We're trying. So I see a little ridge. I'm also trying to attempt to do wall jumps that I probably cannot. What do you think? What do you think? I guess the platform that seems a little useless for such a small gap. That little... the moving one. Are you saying I need to jump on that platform and land over? No, that wouldn't make sense. This mechanic, they don't teach you. You just gotta figure it out. What mechanic? Wait. Oops. I lost. I was not paying attention. No. Don't get it. I don't get it at all. I can't ball jump on the spikes. That would defeat the purpose. Do I have to do something with the moving platform? I don't understand though. It doesn't go very far. No, I'm not getting it. I thought it would like fling me for some reason. Whoa! What? Wait. Oh.
More! More!
65 months, oh my.
65 months mashing to shake, mashing to shake, mashing to shake, mashing to shake.
Will it stay there? No. Damn, I thought it would like save the position. That's crazy. I figured it out. I just gotta figure out how far I can bring it. Gigi. Okay. Gigi. Kitty, 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 kitty. Thank you for supporting me. What the fuck? Oh my god. Sometimes it feels like it lasts longer than others. Yeah, if it hits a structure, it doesn't last as long. As long. Is that as far as it's gonna go? Oh my god. Go the whole way. So what am I doing wrong? Fast with it. Quick with it. GG. Oh god. Oh my god. GG! Madeline. I wish I could take this the whole way. Gonna let me move it. After playing Hollow Knight and some Silk Song, I am sick of playing platformer games. Yeah, I feel I'm going to feel the same way once I finish this. I fear I will feel the same. No! What can I do? What can I do? Oopsie. Yes, I'm learning. What's down? Gigi, why are you freaking... What's wrong with you, Gigi? What's wrong? here already. Do you want in the closet? Sugar! Hi, Sugar. Are you crying? Is this a clip where you're crying? No! Luna gave birth. Oh, yes. Oh, no. Okay. Freaking Taryn. I'm glad we were able to desensitize you by playing Lethal Company. Okay. Sussy noises. Are all the kitties healthy? Of course we can hear your anxiety. They seem like it right now. Well, I hope Luna takes care of them and is a good mommy. Striker, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck, I'm stuck, I'm stuck. I think she's doing wonderful. Is she? That's good. Is it forcing me to go down? I don't want to go down. I want to go... I want to go up and around. I see the light and I want it. I want the light. You'll see it as soon as you scroll one screen length. Ah-ha-ha. Oopsie. Thank you. Yeah. Damn. Okay, 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 okay. No, 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 no. God damn it. Huh? I would hate this game. Yeah, so would Pumpkin. It's satisfying once you, like... They're not into games where you have to have patience. They hate games with patience. I guess that's not true. Sugar likes farming simulators, and those take lots of patience. Oh, shit. I have a feeling I'm supposed to grab onto it. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. I have a feeling. Ha! Almost. Almost got it. No, my platform. My platform is broken. Hold on, Gigi needs something. Gigi, what do you need? Attention? He needs attention. He's like, play with me. Oh, a Hat in Time. Oh yeah. I haven't played that, but it looks super cute. Fudge. Suddenly I cannot. No. Oh. Oh my god. No! Yeah, I just cannot get it to. Oh, shit. Let's fucking go! Maybe. So the way to do it is just grab the right side of the block, not the left. Okay. What in the... What the... Going towards the strawberry. Am I supposed to have something here? Oh shit. Okay. I don't quite understand this one. I don't understand. Oh shit. Oh, it moved, huh? The bubble moves? No. 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 Damn it. Use the wind to my advantage, perhaps? Perhaps. You want me to open the closet? You haven't been in there in a while. You want to go lay in the closet? Oh my god, my freaking cord is stuck under my chair. I might call it here soon. Only because I had a long week and I kind of want to just lay down and watch a movie or something. My controller. Controller. Worky. No. One day I'll be on chapter 6 like you. But by the time I get there, you'll probably like beat the game 3 times. This level is definitely where it started getting hard for me. Oh god, the last level I was struggling so hard with. Sharky! Ugh. Ugh. Up and to the left. No! Foiled again. Okay. I like this spot. This is a good spot. Nothing bad can happen here. Oh, I did it wrong. I already fucked up. Also, Gigi wants my attention real bad, so I gotta end soon. Gigi, no vanity! Get off the vanity, Gigi. Oh my god. Ah, I did it! Yay! Oh, okay. I had no idea I was in BC. Bruh. What do you mean you had no idea? You've been in there forever! I feel like. You're a gamer. You're just better. Never mind. Oh, how quickly he is swayed by my bad decisions. Yeah, Pumpkin is not home, Shade, and Zilla isn't either, and Suga's busy, and I'm streaming. I didn't get home till late because I had ramen. Ramen and a coffee, which destroyed my stomach, by the way. No surprise there. God damn it. Gigi, get down from there. Kitties do not belong there. Yeah, you better listen to me. Come here. He ran away. Understand this at all. What the fuck am I supposed to do? There's the wind! The wind makes it so hard! I'm just skipping a step. I see what you mean. What? Bruh. I have to get like the perfect... Ah, I see. There's no way. I'm gonna have to like go up. I can't. I can't get the cloud. No. No. When do I jump? I can't dash. I have to hold jump when you land. holding it. I am holding it. No. I mean, after you jump the first time, just hold it. When I land. Very bottom of the cloud. I'm jumping early. Ooh, good lord. Good lord! Oh, are those the total strawberries I have? Because there ain't no way I got 44 just now. Just in this level alone. I see, I see, I see. Damn it. I need to dash. I'm dashing too early! Oh my god. Please. I see. No, up. Up, up, up. Fuck. This is so terrible. I hate this. A wild snom. Cute. Stop. I want you to do a little exercise for me. Don't press dash when you land, but focus on landing the jump to get proper height. Oopsie. Okay. God damn it. It's fucking windy. Okay. There's a strawberry, I missed it! Okay. Okay, yes. Oopsie. Forgot to dash. It's hard to find a good stopping point in Celeste. Okay, what do you mean? Oopsie. Oopsie. So I learned a major point of cutscenes is tend to be checkpoints. Yeah. What the heck? What? Had to help Kitty's latch. Aww. Latch. This is how you latch. God damn it! I'm doing this all wrong. I'm doing this all wrong, aren't I? No, I wasn't doing that. Ah! Like, I'm already running out of stamina. I don't understand. That was a joke, sugar. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Definitely grabbing it. Ah, it's so hard to not dash. No! Posture check. I'll posture your check. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Please do. Frickin' frack! Water stuck on head. No! Hydrating for sugar. Posture check for shark. Here, you guys can listen to my cracking of my back. Time to kill my brain with Overwatch. Why do you do this? Why do you do this? GG, stop. The instinct dash, yeah. No, come back. I can't get it in time. I can't get it. It keeps running away from me. Please. going under it. Never mind, you're just better at what? Dying? Eh. Oh, fuck, I almost had it! No, that's not what I wanted to do. I went over. I didn't think going under was doable. It's doable. It has to be doable. Oh, fuck. I just have to time it right. I feel like I'm doing it in the most difficult way I can. But you know what? High reward something along those lines. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't. This is not high risk reward. That's what I was thinking of. I almost had it. Fuck. High risk, high reward. GG. God, my fingers hurt. Yeah. It's cute when she sneezes. These cursed strawberries will be the end of me. Hand stretch, hand stretch, hand stretch. What? Girl, that ain't a stretch, that's a smack. Before you go again, sing a song for you. What song? Give me a song. I love you, you love me, we're a happy family. big hug and a kiss from me to you. A kiss from me to you. Won't you tell me? Wait. How does it go? Won't you tell me? I don't know how the rest goes. I have. Won't you say you love me too? Oh, I dashed. Won't you say you love me too? Barney was such a pick-me. Fuck! God damn it. Barney was such a pick-me. Yeah, I mean... What if I didn't love him too? What if I didn't? Ah! Okay. No, I got this. This is the way. This is the way. Definitely. God damn it, I keep touching the fucking spikes. You bitch. I'm talking about myself, by the way. I'm the bitch. Ah, my hair was caught in my glasses. Does that ever happen to you? Does your hair just like get caught in your glasses? Because it happens to me all the frickin' time. I'm not paying attention. And it hurts. Do I have to be like hyper speed? Oh my god, I've never had hair long enough and glasses at the same time. Just me then. I've closed my hand. Ouch! Ow! I've done that with the window. I've closed my hair in the window before. The goddamn thing. Oh god. Help me, help me, help me, help me. For the love of God, please help me. I don't know what you guys can do. I just gotta do this. I just gotta figure this out. Oh my god, it's so fast. Fucking shit. I missed the fucking strawberry. Left side is definitely the way. You could always activate it and just backtrack to the left side instead of doing it all at once. Am I gonna be able to get back there? Are you fucking kidding me? Not unless I start over. Wonderful. Doing. I'm sort of salty. I'm sort of salty over that. Okay, what the fuck is this? I don't understand what the next move is here. Oh. It's just a strawberry, right? Right, just a strawberry. is this? I don't know how to do this at all. There's no way I can make this jump without dashing. I have to touch that. Mimu. Hi again, I'm bringing friends to see you play. See you in a moment. Oh, okay. I was gonna end soon, but if you wanna, I feel bad. Come back to me, come back to me, come back. At least it's pretty here. Oh my goodness! Hello, hello! Stoner Raid! Bro, you don't want to see me play this game. I'm so bad at it. Hello, hello, welcome. You were playing Celeste? Wait, yeah, you were playing Celeste too? Is it your first time or are you a pro gamer? Thank you for the lurk, Striker.
Oh, that should have hit me for sure.
Well, look at you being pro gamer with Dark Souls? Dark Souls? Dark Souls? Dark Souls 3? Okay, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. I refuse to torture myself.
Gotta be careful with my stamina.
Okay, okay. No! I was gonna try to backtrack again. God damn it.
Let's go.
Okay. How was your stream? How was Celeste? is. Clip was Elden Ring, but we were playing Celeste tonight. 2 stream was so good. We all love Celeste enjoyers. I am salty a bit because I missed a strawberry, but you know, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. I was so close to restarting the level. No! Okay. I gotta lock in. Is it your first time playing Celeste? No. Yes, it is my first playthrough. First platformer that I've done like this. No! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I cannot say your name right. It's that time of the night. Thank you for the follow, you guys. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate bringing friends over. Welcome to my stream. I'm not a platformer streamer like any crazy. I don't do any crazy playthroughs, but I won this game in a giveaway, so I was like, you know, what the heck? I gotta try it. And I gotta beat it. What kind of person would I be if I didn't beat Celeste? This screen stumps the best of us. I'm trying. Okay. I was hoping I could backtrack even further with the little thing, but I guess I cannot. Maybe I cannot. We'll see. I play a lot of cozy games, farming simulators, life simulators. So this is a new one for me, definitely. I have played a Souls-like before. I beat Lies of P on stream. Okay, how am I gonna do this? W Lies of P, great game. It is a great game, it's beautiful. I'm so excited. I really hope they make a second one with Wizard of Oz, I think it was gonna be. I wanna play Lies of P. You should definitely. You should definitely, it's so good. There's such a satisfaction with beating every single boss. And I love how the weapons work. The game just feels very fluid. Can I backtrack even further? Question mark. For now, I'm stuck with... Oh, I did try Sekiro. I do want to eventually try, retry that game. Because I rage quit the lightning boss. It's like the second boss of the game. Is it the second boss of the game? There's that guy, the first big boss. Yeah. So yeah, I do really want to Genichiro. I gotta retry that game. It's really fun. I like that I could sneak up on my enemies easily. Oren Soul, thank you for the follow. Thank you. can't backtrack, right? That's a load of baloney. I'm so stuck on this part, though. Once I move that little eye creature, where the hell do I go from there? And I just messed up. I just fucked up. No. What chapter of Celeste did you get to? While we're on the Sekiro topic, I love the lore of the game. Convoluted but fun if you dig in it. Yeah, I have it on Steam. Maybe I'll try it again sometime. There's a lot of games I want to get to. I really want to get to 9 Souls. 9 time for me. Good night! You can call me Mashi if you end up coming back. Thank you for coming in and the following. Okay, Mashi. Bye. Good night. Oh my goodness, Core! Hi. How are you, Core? Welcome, everybody. Let's go, more raiders. Let's go. You're playing Pokemon Legends. Ooh. Nice. How was it? Wait. Is that
Suddenly I was turning into a stripper for the monsters.
Devil? Is that Devil May Cry? I wasn't. I was cheating. You were cheating?
Yep, and the store's ready to go.
We already went there. What do you mean?
No, we
Is
didn't.
that Devil May Cry 4 or 5? It was Devil May Cry. Oh, I love watching people play Devil May Cry, but I will never probably play it myself. I don't really like hack and slash. Ah! Oh my god, what the heck was that? Oh, it's 3. Oh, Devil May Cry 3. I see, I see. Oh, it is also time for me to head to sleep. Have good luck. But good luck with Celeste. Have a fantastic stream. Okay, thank you for the raid again. Thank you so much. Sleep well. B Deadly, hello. I've seen you on Minecraft streams. Poseidon, thank you for the follow. I apologize for hi, I'm sorry that I was in a match. Oh, it's okay. A match of what? She was in the last clip. Oh, vibes are amazing here. Oh, are they? I do get a little cranky. I'm getting a little salty with Celeste. I'm not gonna lie, because I'm stuck in this part. But I will try my best to not scream your ear off. I play League. It's fine. Oh god. Oh god. Not League. Shark is here. Okay. We're gonna figure this out together. Together. I was hoping that wouldn't break. And I need to not dash so much. No matter what, it's gonna break. This This is the questionable level, definitely. I spent 4,000 hours. I have no rights to say anything. 4,000? Oh my. Wait, so there was someone else who had like a bunch of hours in League. I forget who. Hey, Gigi. My cat is being antsy. I think he wants me to get off stream. No, I fucked up again. Oh. That is very impressive to have 4,000 hours in League of Legends. No. What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? Do I restart the level entirely or do I keep going? Do I keep trudging on? Because I'm not sure. I play League since I was 11. I'm 26 now. Oh my god. Holy. I started playing League in high school. No, not in high school. College. Yeah, college. I was a League player. A filthy League of Legends player. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I started like when DJ Sona came out. Was DJ Sona before or after the Spy Teemo? God damn it, DJ Sona's old to me. That's when I started playing League. I don't play anymore. I do sometimes play Valorant though. Sometimes. 2015. Sounds about right. Yeah. That's when I played. God, what do I do? I'm so stuck here. I remember when Spirit Guard Udyr came out. Oh my god, me too. Fucking hated Udyr. Have you tried being faster than the moving block? Faster than the moving block. I don't know how it breaks so quick. Okay, so am I not supposed to write it? I can't actually pinpoint when I started because I remember Vice splash screen from her release. Holy shit. When was her release? Oh! Oh! Thank you for the head pat. $2012. Damn. Yeah, I was not in. I did not graduate high school yet. Just pet the pupper and we'll all be fine. Yeah, pet the pupper. Okay, no, I have to ride. I have to ride the fucking... I have to ride the stupid block. I remember when Twisted Tree Line was still a thing. GG. This is so confusing. So baffling for me that I know random facts about the game, like how much gold the Heart of Gold costed back in 2010 before they deleted it. Oh, I was cheating in Z and A and actually playing a different game because of a chat badge that's available. The one I'm using now. Oh, that's cute. How do you get that? Earned by subscribing or gifting a sub to a streamer in an eligible Pokemon category. I like that. Just gifting or subbing. I might have to get that. Prime doesn't count. What? That's dumb. I want to make some progress before I leave for the night. But I'm so stuck. Luck and have fun. We must eat for work. Okay, have a good eat. Have a good shift at work tomorrow or later today, whatever time it is for you. No, I dashed. Fuck. For anyone who is not aware, backseating is perfectly fine. I just don't want spoilers. That's why you refrain from saying anything? Well, if you see that I'm stuck on a spot for more than an hour, I think I am fine with some tips. Oh. Gosh. damn it. Okay, I think I understand. So you have to get the coin, but you need to be faster so the doors actually move away before the block destroys itself. Ah! I hate timed things. Oh! Well, I understand now. No, it wasn't. Thank you. I see. Up and to the right. What the? GG. I forget you can move the block right. What the hell? Okay, run. What? Huh? Okay, I found a secret. Being pranked by the wind, I love Celeste. Okay. That's... What the hell? Please? Oh my gosh. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Wait. Wind's very tough here. Damn. Well, I got what I wanted, so. Oh my god, this is rough. This is real rough. Should I end here, Gigi? I think my cat wants me to get off my computer. He's antsy. Can someone snooze that ad, please? No, not excuses. He will not leave me alone. I swear. I hate wind. Fucking hate wind. I fucking hate wind. Please. God. Ah! Okay, I got the coin part, now the bubble part. Oh my fucking god. Be faster than the block. Every time I try to be faster, I die. I'm gonna die again. I don't even know what you're talking about. The wind is not even that bad. Oh? No? You don't think so? Ah! It's heckin' windy up in here. Oh damn, I didn't have... What the? You don't want to see the stuff I encounter, trust me. What? I'm scared. Down. Brother. I'm getting baited. I'm gonna say this vanilla game is rated by the community in high intermediate difficulty level, which is second difficulty. I'm inches away from reaching the fifth difficulty Grandmaster. Holy fuck! I mean, if you like to torture yourself, I guess. I'm sorry. I said, well, if you like torturing yourself, I guess. My head is starting to hurt. My head. You'll spend 3 to 4 hours on one chapter. I will spend 10 on one. Oh my, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't wanna. I really don't wanna put myself through that. I will stick to vanilla. Modded version has meaningful maps for beginners. Oh yeah? I'm sure it does. How do I get over there? I'm not pressing. Ugh. I'm holding right stick. Right. There we go. What? Are you kidding me? Oh, this is much better. Okay, maybe not so much better. Are you kidding me? get that strawberry without dying? I'm guessing I have to jump back into the bubble? There's no way. No, there is a way. I just, I'm annoyed. I mean, having superly hard mods that rely on pixel manipulation goes really well with the idea of self-improvement the game speaks about. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea of, like, Madeline wanting to climb this mountain and not giving up, like, it makes you want to beat the game. Everyone telling her that she's not good enough to climb it and she should just turn back. I like that. No, doesn't matter how many times I die, as long as I beat the game. Why do I keep jumping over it? I keep jumping over it! Ah! Oh my god. My head hurts. Why? Oh my gosh. Hi, Luna. I'm having so much fun. Oh my. The time for a poem? Yeah. Please tell me a poem. Yeah, parts of this game can actually be kind of difficult, but I think it's, yeah, it's something. Please tell me how to get the strawberry. Oh my gosh. How good will you become during this game? Hold on, hold on. Start by dying, doing basic shit. It wasn't made this hard for gain or fame. It nurtures growth to test your wit. Abandoned city, momentum will win. Your fears then chase you in a dream. A scary temple where the light is dim. Through old hotel, the ghost will make you scream. 100 berries will impress your friend, as will 1,000 plus deaths on your save. As every level to your talent bend, the top of your honor welcomes you. Welcomes as you delve. No matter if it takes a day or week, both you and Madeline will find your peak. Oh, that's so cute! Thank you! If you go upright from the bubble before the strawberry, and just try to get under the bubble, then dash up into the bubble. Thank you for the poem, and Luna, thank you for helping me. Madeline, wait up! It's Theo. Oh, he's dead. He's dead. There's no way. There's no way he would survive that fall. Nailed it. Theo, are you alright? Yeah. Just give me a sec. I love this game. Even got the strawberry get SFX as my notification sound on my phone. I love that. Music trivia. Every character has their own instrument. Theo is the guitar. Oh, I see. A gondola. I've always wanted to ride one of these. It looks pretty old, but maybe it still works. I don't see any other way to cross this chasm. Let's do it. Let's do it, man. This lever looks important. Is he stoner? No. Easy every time. Is he stoner, Theo, or is he... I don't know. I was probably a gondola operator in a past life. Do you think this thing is safe? I'm sure it's fine. How did it shake out with Oshiro? You were right. I shouldn't have tried to help him. I hate to say I told you so, but... Yeah. I should have listened to you. You didn't get hurt. That's what matters. Not she up late. I am. The air is so thin up here. I can barely breathe. Okay, if we don't get a selfie on this thing, we're going to regret it. I can't even see the ground through the mist. How high up are we? Less panicking, more posing. What was that? Ah, looks like we stalled out. Oh my god. Okay, but why am I trying to hurt myself? This is really bad. Maybe if I give her the head pat. Weird work schedule? No, it's Friday. What do you mean? It's Friday. I always stay up late on Fridays. Oh shit. No, this really isn't good. Yeah, usually you guys all sleep at like 10 p.m. Madeline, you cool? Yeah, I just... No, I'm not cool. I can't breathe. You're having a panic attack. Why would you think it's a good idea to ride this stupid thing? Come on, don't take this out on me. Stay with me here. Your grandpa taught me a trick for this. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Picture a feather floating in front of you. See it? Okay. Your breathing keeps that feather floating. Just breathe slow and steady, in and out. Oh, am I actually controlling the feather right now? You are not good at I'm not good at relaxing. Is that me? Actually, I'm gonna go to sleep. Have a wonderful rest of the stream. Thank you, Sharky. Good night. I'll probably end soon after this cutscene. What am I doing? To get it in the frame, but Theo, you need to calm down, Madeline. Me making her more anxious. understand this. It's gonna touch the ground. I have to keep it afloat. Oh my god. I need to start a little before the frame actually stops. So it goes the other way. Okay, do I need to go like the opposite of the frame? I'm trying. Controlling the I'm doing the joysticks. I'm controlling the box, right? The question I asked. What are you controlling? What do you mean? I'm controlling the controller! I think I'm controlling the box or the feather. I don't know what I'm controlling. It feels like the feather. No, I'm controlling the box. Because the box represents my breathing, right? No, but... Oh, okay. She's calming down. She's calming down. We got it. There we go. I'm the feather. See, easy every time. She's still like hyperventilating, it looks like. Aw, Theo. Feeling any better? I think so. Thanks for helping me calm down. How did you know we'd start moving again? Oh, I totally thought we were done for. Oh my god. Look at this selfie though. Oh god, my face. I was fighting for my life there. Hell yeah. Okay, are you ready? It's less than last time. Okay. Oh, I didn't get the first tape. Celestial Resort took me 4 hours. Oh my fucking god. Also makes sense, the resort is not that cool. Okay, I'm gonna get the cutscene and then we're gonna end stream. Oh man, look at this place. Feeling adventurous? I don't know. Looks pretty dark in there. More like a nightmare than an adventure. Cool. Cool! Sorry, gotta... Why? Why? Can you snooze that ad, Shade? Thank you, please. Let's take a quick peek, snap a few photos. This place must be ancient. Thea, wait. My Instapics followers are gonna eat this up. There's no way this ends well. Okay, so what is this one all about? Oh. Uh-oh. This is Theo's phone. Don't panic, Madeline. Maybe he just fell out of his pocket. I'll give it back to him when I find him. That was cool. If I remember right, it's pretty long too. Oh, is it? I really like the music here. This is hard. The first strawberry I find, freaking... How? You don't dash there immediately. Get out of... Okay. We're gonna restart that tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Another time. Another time. Another. How long did we go for? Actually, right, you're supposed to save the dash to get out. It's short enough to let you dash out. Almost 6 hours. I see, I see. Okay. My head be hurting. We could raid Shadow. There's almost no Celeste streamers now. Wow. Celeste is a pretty decently old game. I mean, there's a few. Yeah, it's kind of an old game. Enjoyable. You can go watch Shadow, be silly, and Valorant. Bye. I'm gonna go take medicine for my head because I got a headache from the visuals with the wind. It kind of hurt my head. Bye. Thank you for all the love and the raids and the follows. I think I'm gonna hop onto the speedrunner guy. Have fun! Thank you, Core, for the head pack. Good night. Good night, everyone. Good night, Shade. Thanks for the stream, Sia. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me. Bye, even though I'm bad at the game. Bye.